everyone, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a really good day. All right, well, let's get right into it. We got a lot to cover today. Depending on how things go, this may be the final stream of this route. All right, let's get right into it. Tosaka runs out of the room after me. There's no time to explain. I ignore Tosaka is yelling behind me and rush outside. The town is quiet. Just like yesterday, there's absolutely nobody around. I don't have the patience to think about how odd that is. Saber hasn't come home yet. I actually don't blame her. Hey, King Ultima, no worries. Welcome to the stream. We had a huge argument. Just 1 second, guys. All right, sorry about that. Just got a text I had to check. She said she was going to fight alone. Knowing her, she'd do it too. Saber's nowhere to be found. If I can't find her, that might mean she's actually fighting Lancer, the final servant, as we speak. But I head straight to one more place. The air near the river is cold. The night is chilly, and when I passed the park, it was so cold the entire place felt like it was covered in frost. My cheeks and ears sting with the cold, and my breath mists white. If it's that cold in the park, I can't imagine how absolutely freezing it's going to be on the bridge, with the wind blowing up from the river. There, I see her. She's right where she'd been standing when I ran away. Saber leans on the rail and just gazes out over the water. Maybe she's following the sun, which is long set. She's staring off into the distance, her eyes fixed on a red horizon that's long since vanished. And that's when I realize Saber is strong, but she's weak too. Her dignified appearance is just her way of trying to prove she can get by without anyone's help. But at the same time, she's so fragile she might slip through my fingers if I reach for her. She can't do things alone, but she'll probably keep that front up until the very end. So, just like me, she'd been staring up at the unreachable stars. All she does is look at the setting sun, as if it's all she knows how to do. I can't leave her alone. If our argument needs a loser, then it's unquestionably me. It's led me to swearing never to let her make that face again. I step out onto the bridge. Saber doesn't seem to hear my footsteps. I approach without a word and lean on the rail next to Saber. Saber, you're going to catch cold out here. She jumps in surprise. Saber finally notices me.
シロ、
She turns toward me. What are you doing here at this hour? You didn't come home. Tosaka was worried.
そうですか。それは悪いことをした。
It's fine, but why are you here? Well, it was at least easy to find you since you stayed in the same place.
はい。ここにいたのはまだ行き先が決まっていなかったからです。シローは勝手にしろと言ったでしょう。ですから勝手にしようと思ったのです。けれど何をするべきか、何をしたいのか、どこに行きたいのか思い浮かばず、ずっとどこに行くべきかを考えていました。
She sounds like a lost child. Saber doesn't look me in the eyes as she speaks. Maybe she feels guilty. Maybe she does after the fight we had. I can't blame her for thinking I must be angry.
申し訳ありません。リンには世話になったと伝えてください。ランサーを倒し、聖杯を手に入れたのならシローの元に戻ります。ですからそれまで。
Is she saying that she intended to wander around alone without anywhere to go home to? That idiot. Hey Dawson, it has been a while. How you been? Haven't seen you for quite some time. What are you talking about? You have my place to come home to. There's food and a bed for you there.
ですが、シローはもう私のことなど知らないと。
Yeah, I have no idea what you're going to do next. I say that, and then I take her hand.
シロー、
Let's go home. You being a servant doesn't mean you won't catch cold if you stay out here in the cold for so long. Come on, let's go home and eat something warm. Really busy you were, huh? Well, that's fair. Happens to the best of us. Hope you can stick around for a while this stream. And I'm going to say this, but I'm not going to apologize. If you have any complaints, tell me now. I'm crude about it, but I try to avoid her gaze. She stares at me confused. Saber looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. Maybe that works in my favor. She doesn't say anything, she just follows me in silence, holding my hand. We head across the bridge and into the park. It's 7 o'clock, or 11 o'clock, my bad. There's nobody in the park, but it's packed with plenty of decorations, like fountains and streetlights. I walk briskly. Saber's steps are sluggish. Yeah, it has been a little bit while since I had a stream. She stood on that bridge for more than 5 hours. She must be freezing and tired. When I tug on her hand, she occasionally stumbles like she's about to fall down. Saber, do you want me to walk slower? You don't seem well. I turn toward her as I speak.
いえ、体はとても元気です。ただリンの言葉に踊らされるわけではありませんが、こうして手をつないでいると本当に合いびきのようだなと。
And just like that, my face turns bright, hot red. I guess I should let your hand go. That is, if you don't like it. Blinkety blink blink.
いいえ、私もこうしている方がいいです。シローの手は温かくて安心します。
And there, our conversation ends. I resume heading home, just to cover my embarrassment. Saber follows in silence. I love his live streams too. Yes, I did hear Trump won the US election. I was kind of hoping he'd go the other way myself, but I mean, if that's who they want as their president, that's on them. I just hope it doesn't spill over too much. I'm not sure how much further it is to the house. Oh, well, King Ultimate, after our big fight earlier, and then when I came back now she really does feel like we've been on a date the whole day, and she's kind of embarrassed and doesn't know what to, she's never felt like this before. A lot happened today, but if we're ending the day with warmth like this, hell, I'll change religions, and thanks to that priest who, indirect as he may be, allowed this moment to happen. Of course, the second I think that...
どこに行く? 勝手に人のものを持っていくな、小僧。
Uh-oh. We run into someone we never should have. The elation I'd felt vanished and my mind goes blank. I know, that is a terrifying thing to hear from a president, from somebody who's like becoming president to the United States. That is like a terrifying thing to hear. Goosebumps cover my body, and I realize I've forgotten how to breathe.
Shiro.
Saber, standing behind me, probably feels the same. She grips my hand tightly in her own, the same way I feel a sense of impending death. Saber feels the inevitable despair.
待たせたな、セイバー。約束通り、こうして迎えに来てやったぞ。
じゃあ。
The man in gold. The unidentified heroic spirit who annihilated Castor's bone soldiers and even took out Castor with barely any effort. Now that monster stands in front of us. He's so close. We're at exactly the right distance to begin slashing at each other at any moment. Death looms right in front of us, even more than when we faced Berserker. Yes, the snobby golden guy.
俺がわざわざ出向いてやったのだ。
Yeah, I agree, Doss. I don't much like... I agree, it's ruining anime. And, oh my god, the things Trump wants to do are just mind-blowing. For those of us that live outside the United States, fortunately, I'm with you. I live in Canada as well. So, I mean, I agree with you. Those of us that live outside the States are fortunate, but damn.
いつまでも黙っているのは無礼であろう。それとも俺のものになる前に少しばかり遊ぶつもりか？
Hey now, you golden-haired freak. She's my king of knights, you peckerwood. Archer stifles a laugh. He's not even looking at me. Saber is his only focus. He admires her like she's a piece of art. Saber's demeanor changes. She must have made up her mind. She's already determined the man in front of us is an enemy, while I've hardly moved a muscle.
シロ、何としても衝撃だけは防ぎます。その隙にあなただけは離脱してください。それがどれほど困難かは分かっていますが、あのサーバント相手ではそれが精一杯なのです。
I can hear the apology in her voice for not being able to do more. Even someone as powerful as Saber can only block his first attack. My chances of getting away from this guy are slim at best. Saber is asking me to forgive her for what is about to happen. She probably knows there's no way for her to defeat the man in gold. I can't let her do that. This is different than when we fought Berserker. I know, though I don't have proof that making Saber fight this servant can only end badly. Actually, I do have proof. I know from seeing his noble phantasm last night. Saber can't beat him right now. I'm still on Saber's route. We're closing in on the end of Saber's route, actually, Dawson. I'm looking forward to the full ending that we finally get. I'm really looking forward to that. This is not a matter of her skill as a knight. That's not even the right way to look at this. No heroic spirit, so long as they remain a heroic spirit, can beat the man in gold. No, you're the one who's going to run, Saber.
Shiro!
I cover Saber and face Archer.
Oh, そうか。マスターがいたのだったな。
I think I'm already long past the point where I could actually go into the Unlimited Blade Works route. I think I'm pretty much locked in to having Saber's ending. Sometime I'm thinking it'd probably be this stream, actually. I don't know if I will stream the Unlimited Blade Works route, to be perfectly honest. He smiles cheerfully. He raises an arm and lazily snaps his fingers. I feel sick. I need to leave right now or I'm dead. There's no rhyme or reason. I just know instinctively that this guy will kill me for standing in front of him like this. Go, Saber. We're near the church. The priest should be able to shelter you, even from him. I push Saber away and start running, trying to escape the death I can only hope isn't inevitable. There's no plan here. I'm just going to risk it all and run straight at this guy. Then I'm going to project Saber's sword again, just like when we fought Berserker. Or like, not. I'm blown back. What just happened? The moment he snapped his fingers, something appeared right beside me. Ow! It's a giant hammer. It knocks me aside like a piece of trash, and I slam hard onto the ground. Ah! I can't move. My body is completely useless, like all my bones have turned to jelly. I've lost all sensation in my limbs. The pain is so dull, I can't even tell if I'm still alive. Oh, you'd love it if I did a live stream of UBW? I will consider it, Dawson. I will definitely consider it. It's just my whole thinking behind whether or not I was gonna do a stream of Unlimited Blade Works is that's the route that everybody else seems to be streaming. So I figured I'd go a different route and do the Saber route. Well, that's mighty nice of you there, Archer. You're not gonna kill us just yet because you need Saber to get her hands on the Holy Grail first, you piece of trash. The man laughs. I try to push myself up. My body won't listen.
だが思い上がるなよ雑種。貴様なぞいなくともサーバントを存命させる方法はある。単に今の状態が最も手がかからぬだけだ。それ以上さえずるのなら殺すぞ。
I'm right there with you, Dawson. That bothers me too. With I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it, a lunatic with his freaking finger on a big red button, or at least he will come January. And then my mind goes blank. He will kill me. If I make even a single move, he will do just what he said he would. I can't possibly move after that kind of warning. Saber tries to run toward me.
どこに行く？邪魔者はいなくなったのか。お前が向かうべきはそのようなクズではなかろう。
The man in gold won't allow it. He stands in front of me and waits for Saber to reach me. Saber stops and glares at him. The two stand about 10 meters apart. I don't know about Archer, but Saber can close that distance in a heartbeat.
その様子ではまだ俺に下る気はないようだな。理解に苦しむ。お前ほどの英霊ならば、俺に選ばれることがどれほどの価値かわかろうに。
That is true. He really was close to pushing it then, and I mean, now this time around though he won't have any guardrails to, rein the guy in, unfortunately.
よまいごと英霊になろうと私は王だ。貴様の軍門になどくだらぬ。
そうか。いかに王であろうと、お前は女だ。主の前に頭を垂れ、仕え尽くすが女の幸せであろう。だというのに何を拒む。まさか物もわからぬ小娘でもあるまいし、俺の女になるのは恐ろしいか。
貴様、
そう憤るな。俺は奪うだけではない。等しく喜びも与えよう。俺のものになるというのならば、文字通りこの世の全てを与えてやる。誇るがいい。お前にはそれだけの価値があると認めたのだ。
I'm not sure honored is the right word for what's going on here. It really is, Dawson. I agree. It is sad that they cannot see fit to allow a woman to rule the United... Well, I guess rule is the wrong word, but I get what you mean. The man moves. He extends both arms and approaches Saber, as if in a welcoming embrace.
そう。守護者になどなることもなく、死にゆく運命に戻ることもない。もう一度だけ言うぞ、セイバー。このまま俺のものになれ。この世界で共に二度目の生を謳歌しようではないか。
断る。そのようなことに興味はないし、何より貴様と共に生きるなどまかり間違ってもありえません。
Saber looks straight at Archer as she speaks. She stands firm, not taking so much as a step back. His laughter suddenly stops. I'm not sure what he found so funny in the first place.
いいぞ。それでこそ俺の見込んだ女よ。
Exactly. I totally agree, Dawson. 100%. Problem is that apparently a lot of people don't agree with us. I can't imagine why they wouldn't agree with us, but apparently they don't.
この世に一つ程度は俺に従わぬ者がいなければな。よーし。では力ずくだ。聖杯を手に入れた後、その身に中身をぶちまけてやろう。喜べよセイバー。そうなればマスターなど不要となる。万能の器である聖杯、その力すべてを飲み干すのだからな。サーバントなどと 人間の使い魔に甘んじることもなくなるだろう。
He's so damn smug. To that.
アーチャー、貴様の目的は何だ？
He must have realized the only option is to fight him. And before she engages with the enemy, she wants to know why he does what he does.
目的か？さあ、何だったか。あいにくこの世の財は全て手に入れた身でな。望むものだろう。
I really don't agree, Dawson. I don't know why.
聖杯を求めてはいないというのか？
聖杯？ああ、不老不死か。そんなものは蛇にくれてやった。
不老不死を蛇に譲った。
Saber freezes. What just happened? Saber subtly shakes her head to refute those words.
だがこの世界は面白いぞ。根本は変わらぬが、装飾もここまで来れば別物だ。これならば再びこの世で訓練するのも
Oh, I mean, maybe not for you, Archer. It'd be terrible for the rest of us.
そうだな。俺の目的といえばそんなところか。それを効率よく進めるというのであらば、聖杯の力も悪くはないな。
支配欲か。見下げ果てたな、アーチャー。そんなことのために聖杯を欲するとは。
欲するのではない。世の財はすべて我のもの。自分のものを他人に使われるのが我慢ならんだけよ。
I can only assume there, Dawson. I can't say for sure, but greed is probably the biggest thing.
お前とてその政権を人に使われては腹立たしいだろう。騎士王よ。
Pale mist surrounds Saber. I do too, which is, you know, I would prefer if they didn't censor my anime, but all we can do is keep pushing for them to roll back that censorship. And maybe one day they'll listen to us. Then, in a flash, she's wearing her brilliant silver armor.
Oh.
I did hear of the new Lord of the Rings anime coming. I'm not sure how I feel about it just yet. I'll have to at least watch a couple episodes before I can make a determination on whether I'm for it or not. He doesn't move a muscle. In the next instant, Saber dashes forward. In the space of a single breath, she rushes straight at the man and swings her invisible sword at him with deadly speed. Saber goes flying backwards. If Saber's armor materialized by magical energy, archers must be the same. In the brief space of their rapid exchange, the man in gold arms himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer as she readies her sword. Even as his eyes meet hers, his sneer remains. Oh, it's not a show, it's just one long movie. Okay. See, I thought it would be like an anime series, but I guess. All right, Kitty's wrong. I'm a big enough kitty to admit it. I'm wrong. Okay. I will definitely have to check out that movie when it comes out. I hope they do a good job of it. I really do.
良いぞ。歯向かうことを許す、セイバ
Rave Shine starts playing. I would, except I'd get copyrighted, unfortunately. The enemy happily announces the beginning of battle. A white light bursts into the air between them. Saber's sword, shrouded in a bolt of lightning, cleaves directly toward the Golden Knight. One, two, three, 4 strikes. Each time Saber's sword strikes, blinding light flashes from the contact. Watching her repeated attacks is like staring at a strobe light. It's just like when I first saw Saber that night when she fought Lancer. Saber channels her excess magical energy into her sword and strikes with such speed and precision that she all but becomes a lightning bolt. Oh my god, it can't be worse than Rings of Power, that's for damn sure. I appreciate that I'm your fave kitty. I will take it. But yeah, no, Rings of Power was utter crap. I can't get over how bad that was. Like I said, it can't be worse than Rings of Power, so, I mean, there's hope for it? The clang of swords against armor echoes through the air. Archer hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. As Saber's sword strikes at him, he barely manages to defend his head with both hands. He simply doesn't have the skill to block Saber's attacks. Well, pet girls are all lovable. It's just how we are. Saber's skill with a sword is vastly superior to his. On top of that, her sword is invisible. Even if Archer draws his weapon, he won't be able to defend against that invisible blade. It strikes his armor relentlessly. The sword hits the armor, chipping away at it, sending sparks showering in all directions. The only thing the man can do is ward Saber's blows from his face with his hands. This isn't a fight. It's a massacre. But in spite of the fury of Saber's attacks, Archer's armor remains intact. If he's still unscathed after such a savage assault, That golden armor must be his noble phantasm. Well, I mean, it's one of them.
さすがにこれ以上はまずいか。相変わらず底なしの魔力よな。俺の鎧がきしみを上げるんだ。そうあり得ることではないのだが。
Archer raises his arm, but not towards Saber. I have no idea what he's trying to do, but Archer stretches his arm up into the empty night sky.
戯れは終わりだ。その身、ここで俺に捧げるがいい。
No, I do no such thing. No kitty booty for you. Okay, golden boy? Am I hallucinating? Is this an illusion? He has something in his hand. It's a short sword shaped like a key? Saber plants both feet, unleashing a much more powerful attack against Archer. But Archer beats it aside with his dark red sword.
今のは復讐の術を含んだ宝具か。
Saber puts some distance between herself and Archer, glaring at his sword. The enemy wielding such a weapon is a threat, no question. But it also means he's showing his hand. Whether his noble phantasm is armor or a sword, we'll be able to figure out how to deal with it as long as we can see it. I don't think anyone who worked on the Rings of Power actually read The Lord of the Rings. Or has any respect for Tolkien's work, to be honest. Saber readjusts her stance. Archer's already said his armor is at its limit. If Saber can go back on the offensive with the same fury as before, she should be able to cut through his armor. Even if he pulls out his noble phantasm now, the next blow will decide the match.
最後だ。前回つけられなかった決着をつけよう、アーチャー。
The sword in her hand is still invisible. She readies her sacred sword, still bound up in swirling wind, and faces her enemy. Saber seems to know what that noble phantasm is. She put that distance between them because she knows how to deal with it. She's readying herself to face Archer directly. Each of them wields a sword, and if their powers are equal, then it's a matter of the wielder's skill. And that should mean Saber will win.
よかろう。では来るがいいセイバー。その剣に免じ、俺のすべてを見せてやる。
The man laughs.
ならば。
Saber charges without hesitation. Her sword will cleave through his armor. The very instant I think that,
ゲート・オブ・バビロン。
an invisible door opens behind the man. You know, right? They got Sauron so very wrong. It was... Almost laughable how poorly they portrayed Sauron. Saber jerks to one side. Archer holds something else in his hand now. Not the black and red sword. An invisible sword, like Saber's. By the time Saber deflects it, Archer already has a different sword. His swords strike at her in a merciless rain of ice shards. Saber twists away to dodge, but the air around her becomes almost solid with flying blades. She's driven back as the blades close in from all sides. As the shards clinging to Saber vanish, her enemy holds a deadly-looking weapon that resembles the Grim Reaper's scythe. Saber blocks the weapon, arcing for her neck with a gauntlet. But it's useless. The scythe shears through her gauntlet like it was made of tissue paper and begins to drain her magical energy. It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her blood or flesh. Saber stumbles, but she manages to keep it together. But her retreat takes on a different note. She's not distancing herself to prepare for her next attack. Well, I moreover on Celebrimbor is more when he learns who Sauron is, he's like, hey, I've been making rings for an evil guy. You know what? I should make some more. Like, really? Are you dense? They got the whole thing wrong. It was terrible. She's desperately fleeing the enemy.
そんなバカな。
Saber glares at Archer as she passes magical energy through her numbed arm. A halo of hilts floats around Archer. Those are the swords that slaughtered Castor. His noble phantasm. Now it's backing Saber into a corner. Even I, looking on from a distance, can't believe what I'm seeing. All those hilts floating behind him are definitely his noble phantasm. Not 10, not 20. I can't see them all, but I can tell there's no end to them. They're all from different times and places. That servant has all the divine mysteries that have ever been mentioned in various legends and lore.
あーちゃん、あなたは何者だ。
Saber's voice trembles. No servant would ever reveal their true name just because someone asked. But Archer's noble phantasm is so bizarre, Saber couldn't help but ask.
答えなさい、アーチャー。英霊が持つ宝具は一つだけのはず。いえ、中には複数の宝具を持っている者もいますが、だとしても二つが限度だ。そのように 際限なく宝具を持つ英霊など存在するはずがない。
存在するはずがない。それは早計だな、セイバー。英霊は生前持ち得た武器を宝具とするならば単純な話ではないか。この宝具は全て俺が生前に集めたものということではないか。
私を侮っているのか、アーチャー。それこそ絶対にありえない。あなたが何者であろうと他の英霊たちのシンボルたる宝具を揃えられるはずがない。そのような英霊はこの世界に存在しない。
Saber's right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. There are demonic swords from Northern Europe and even from South America. No hero ever made a name for themselves in so many regions, besides Lancer, should be the only one with Gay Bulg. Heroic spirits have their favorite weapon they use during their life as their noble phantasm. Based on that rule, the only one who could have Gay Bulg is Ku Kulane. But Archer isn't Ku Kulane. And that means his spear can't be Gay Bulg. But the thing is, it definitely is the real Gay Bulg. If those noble phantasms were all fake, that would explain it. But they're real, so that's just... no. Wait. Could they all be originals? The weapons prototypes? That seems impossible, but then again, it might be possible. Legend and myth don't spring up from nothing. Plenty of myths share commonalities because someone or something served as the model for them. Legends which get to the point of becoming the base of worship usually only take root in the lands where they were said to take place. That's one of the reasons demonic swords and sacred swords reveal their true abilities in the lands they come from. So let's say there's something from before even that. What if various noble phantasms in mythology existed before they were known and named?
おお、お前のマスターも捨てたものではないな。どうやら俺の正体に心当たりがあるらしい。
Saber turns to face me. She's so far away. I can't help her from so far away. I've finally gotten to the point where I can move, even if it's still difficult. Run, Saber! His noble phantasms are...
本物だというのだろう。
Maybe. I might have been about to say that.
単純な話だ、セイバー。最も古い時代、まだ世界が一つだった頃の話をしよう。その国は栄え、王はあらゆる財宝を収集した。集められぬものなどなく、足りぬものなどなかった。王は完璧な宝物庫を持ち、その中にある無造無造の武器は使われることなく王と共に眠りについた。要はそれだけの話だ。王の死後、宝物庫の中身は世界に散らばり、名剣であるがゆえに重宝され活躍し、いずれ宝具として扱われた。わかるか、騎士王よ。お前たちの扱う宝具とやらは、もともとはその王の持ち物に過ぎないのだ。
It's like an inheritance. As long as you trace an object's history, a base or prototype will always exist. It only makes sense that every legend, myth, or noble phantasm passed down in each country has an original. Far enough back into the past, if one person collected all those prototypes, they could possess every noble phantasm. And that could only be one hero. A hero from the oldest legends, far older than the legend of King Arthur or Heracles. A tyrant who ruled ancient Mesopotamia. A king who was half god, half human, who collected all the world's treasures and who eventually sought eternal youth.
ギルガメッシュ、人類最後の英雄王。
Saber sounds like she's trying to keep the fear from her voice. Gilgamesh relishes her reaction.
いかにもこの身は貴様らでは叶うべくもない最強の英霊だ。
There is nothing else to discuss. All that's left now is for him to use his endless noble phantasms to annihilate his enemy.
ほう、我の名を知った上でまだ抗うか。今度こそ勝ち目がないと悟ったはずだ。
やってみなければわかりません。いかに英雄王といえど超えられぬものがあるはずだ。
The air around Saber wavers. The wind envelops her as it picks up, becoming a whirlwind to protect her. As it does, her golden sword is revealed. No, Saber! I don't believe this. Does Saber intend to use Excalibur? Gilgamesh stops. He must know how powerful Saber's sacred sword is, because his self-assured composure falters. Saber glances toward me briefly, but her focus is on Gilgamesh now. Actually, in the lore, not only that, but in the lore, Celebrimbor made the elven rings last, not first. Is she telling me to run away while I have the opportunity? Gilgamesh's back is to the river, while Saber is over here with me. This positioning must be the result of our shuffling around earlier. Before I realize what's happening, Saber is facing Gilgamesh, protecting me. No, you can't, not here. I try to force myself to move. And with all the strength I can muster in my numbed body, all I can manage is lifting a single arm. I use every bit of my magical energy in my body to use that arm to push myself up. Exactly, the Celebrimbor made the elven rings in order to fight the Dark Lord. He not making the elven rings for it. Like I said, they got it all wrong. Come on. Ugh. I've lost all sensation, but every bone in my body cracks as I begin moving. The pain is a warning. My body is coming apart at the seams, and if I move, that'll be it. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the warning. I try to endure the pain. I don't have time for it. What I need to do is get to my feet as fast as I can and protect Saber. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. It's the same premonition I felt when I faced Gilgamesh myself. We can't beat him no matter what. My instincts keep telling me that I can't just let Saber fight him.
音に聞こえし聖剣か。いいだろう。
The swirling wind has become a raging vortex. Even in the face of that dazzling sword, Gilgamesh is unintimidated. On top of that,
こちらもふさわしいものを出さなければな。
he draws a strange sword from the gate behind him. I mean, you gotta give Saber props for him using this particular weapon. He only pulls this out if he feels you're worthy of it, so... That's where my premonition came from. The sword he has now doesn't exist in any legend. I know, right? The Balrog wasn't supposed to wake up that early. Not only that, not only was the Balrog not supposed to be awake yet, but the hell is friggin' Gandalf doing in Middle-earth at that time? He didn't come to Earth until after that. Like, come on. I can identify every one of the noble phantasms floating behind him, but I have no idea about that sword.
俺は全ての宝具の原型を持つ。だがそれらは全て無名であり、俺しか持ち得ぬ武具というわけではない。
The sword itself is cylindrical. It consists of 3 segments, each rotating in a different direction. It looks like a drill capable of piercing solid bedrock.
だがこれは違う。正真正銘、この英雄王しか持ち得ぬ剣だ。名などないので、俺はエアとだけ呼んでいるんだ。
純粋に宝具の力比べをすると。
The hobbits were definitely not cannibals. Light flashes off their weapons. The 2 of them are still about 10 meters apart. Gilgamesh can't possibly avoid her attacks from that distance.
そう。遠慮することはないぞ。最強と呼ばれるその剣。一度味わってみたくもあったから。
His laughter echoes in the space between them. Saber must have taken that as a provocation.
いいだろう。ならば我が剣、見事受け切ってみるがいい。
Saber moves. Her lips form the sword's true name. There's nowhere to run now. The noble phantasm released when its wielder speaks its name strikes mercilessly at Gilgamesh.
出番だ。起きるがいい、エア。
I know, and what was funniest, I have to say, is probably the orcs just wanting to be left alone to be happy little families and what. Like, come on, really? They're supposed to be evil to the core. The cylindrical sword roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the three segments whirl faster. If Saber's Excalibur summons a whirlwind by driving wind away, Gilgamesh's Ea creates a gale by drawing it in. But Saber is more experienced with handling her anti-fortress noble phantasm. It's faster than Ea. Saber pours as much magical energy as she possibly can into her weapon, in seconds, igniting its massive power. So she doesn't hesitate. Well, they didn't really have family. They were just literally bred as to be soldiers. So, and evil ones at that. Saber unleashes the might of a sacred sword so powerful it could split a river in two. At the same moment, a light of matching intensity flares to meet Excalibur's attack. The impact is tremendous. Raging winds tear trees up from the ground. The colliding lights are like an exploding sun blinding me. No, I'm on the verge of being carried off by the wind. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The orcs don't want to go to war because he has to leave his wife and little orc family. Like, come on now. That is not how orcs are in Middle-earth. Hell, that's not how orcs are, period. I cling to the ground with my one functioning arm. This is all I can do to weather the storm of wind, light, and heat. How long will this go on? Their overwhelming attacks are so powerful, I fear they might split the world in two. But then... it suddenly ends, with Saber surrounded by white light. A crash breaks the unexpected silence. Yeah, I know the goblins are more like the Goblin Slayer goblins. It's Like I said, it's laughable how poorly they did on that series. Something thuds into the ground beside me. Saber? I know what it is. Even half blind, I couldn't mistake what I'm seeing. Poor Saber been savaged. She looks dead. She's a bloody mess. In the distance, the Golden Knight, completely unscathed, laughs like a madman.
人類最強の聖剣とやらもその程度か。人間の幻想など所詮子供魂よな。
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if they were trying to make it a comedy, but it sure was funny. I don't want to go to war. Don't make me go to war. I just want to live at home and be a happy little orc. His laughter rises so high it seems to roar up into the heavens. This must be hilarious to him. He's just smiling to himself, not even paying Saber any mind now that she's fallen. Saber. She doesn't answer. Blood spurts from her mouth as she tries to gasp. The world goes red. What was I doing? I knew this would happen. I knew Saber couldn't win against Gilgamesh. So why didn't I try to stop her, even if I had to use a command spell?
しかし味気ない。完全にこちらの圧勝か。相殺することもできぬとは拍子抜けだぞセイバー。ああそうか。少しは手加減してやるべきだった。何しろ相手は女子供だったのだ。
Either way, Dawson, regardless of what kind of orc we're talking about, they should be evil to the core and thoroughly love mayhem and carnage. That's just how orcs are supposed to be. His smug voice is grating. This is my fault. I thought she could win. As bad a feeling as I had about this, I was sure Excalibur would win. I may have told her to stop, but my command spell didn't react. I obviously wasn't serious. If I'd been serious about protecting her, I could have used a command spell to make her escape, even if it was just her, and there would have been at least been an opportunity for me to fight on my own.
さて、ではいただくとするか。汚れてしまった。なんいずれ同じ目に遭うのだ。ここで傷つこうと問題はあるまいよ。
Exactly. That's my point, though. They took all of the lore, crammed it up into a ball, threw it in the garbage, and went, "We know better." And clearly they didn't. His voice draws closer. Saber must have come too. I see her open her eyes. Saber, are you all right? I can see her breathing, yet I'm still far enough away that I can't reach her. She lays still, but I can't run to her. All I can do is call out to her. Saber! 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 Saber's mouth opens. She's breathing as if to ask for help, but even that is painful enough to send her into a coughing fit. Her voice is weak, and the question makes clear she can't see me. Hold on, I can't very well say I'll help. I'm on the ground too, and can only move one arm. I can't even offer words of encouragement. At least she can't see me in this pathetic state. She tilts her head towards me, her eyes lifeless. Saber coughs up blood. Anger seizes me, and I see red. I've been relying on Saber, and this is the result. I took one hit, and I can't even get up. I grab my head with one hand that still works. I could just about kill myself. I have every intention of crushing my head and so pour all my strength I can into my hand. I'm trying not to think about what they're doing next season with the Rings of Power. To be honest, I'm trying not to think about how badly they'll butcher that too. The switch fails. Instead of using my finger, I imagine a hammer to press the switch to change myself into a mage. I hear Tosaka's voice. She said that trying to do magecraft beyond your abilities will destroy the caster's nerves and magic circuits. So what? Saber's more important than any of that. If I can't protect her, I don't need my head anyway. She saved me so many times. I've never cared about someone the way I care about her. So, if I can protect her, or if I can't protect her, I'm better off dead. I hear the pounding of iron. The shattered bones of my body are being reinforced by magical energy. There's no holding back. I throw my switch open wide, ignoring my own limits. I generate as much magical energy as I can. My spine ignites and my entire body grows red hot. My brain feels like it's melting, and I bite my tongue to endure it. My teeth sink into the flesh, into the fleshy muscle. Ow! Damn, dude! You might want to stop before you bite that off. If I have to bite a hole in my tongue to remain conscious, so be it. The footsteps stop. Gilgamesh's amused laughter stops with them.
シロ、何をしているのです。ダメだ。そんなことをしたら体が。
She must sense something, even without being able to see. Saber screams as she tries desperately to push herself up. Something in me snaps. I stand up. My body tries to ignore my orders, but it begins to move with the help of the surge of magical energy I pour into it. It's like being set on fire and instinctively running toward water in hopes of surviving. I don't care. It's better than seeing Saber like that. Oh, right. With my mind very nearly burning up, I finally realize. From the beginning, I vowed to wield my sword because I didn't want her to get hurt.
逃げてと言っているのに、どうして。
I stop the enemy from approaching. Saber is behind me on the ground. This is it. There's no way I can retreat now. Trace on. I restrain my panicking, burning body and focus my will. I need to imagine one single thing. I divide the projection into 8 sections and replicate the lost sword. There's something solid in my left hand. I don't even have to look. My second attempt at manufacturing the sword succeeds.
私の剣。いえ、それでもダメだ。シロも分かっているはずです。それでは彼には勝てないと。
How about they don't worry about for this viewer or that viewer, and just, if they're gonna do anything, just pay homage to Tolkien's work. Like, seriously. Don't go destroying it with your own delusions about how the story should have gone.
動けるのなら、今は逃げるのだ。
I'm not running. I came here to get you. No way I'm going home alone. I ready the sword. Holding it in both hands, it's so much heavier than the bamboo sword, and glare at Gilgamesh.
やめてしろ。この男はそんな。
I ignore Saber's words and take a step forward. There's about 4 meters between us. If I rush at him with all my might, maybe I can cut him down. He doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a moment, then laughs.
殺すか。
I hope they decide to stop before they get to the Rise of the Witch King, too. I have to agree. In fact, they should just stop where they are right now, to be perfectly honest. His voice is utterly devoid of emotion. I instinctively block the attack that comes my way. Why you? I dodge the surprise attack by swaying sideways. Too slow. If the first attack is a sudden gust, the barrage of attacks that follows is like a storm. Blocking is all I can do. Actually, I wouldn't have even been able to block the first attack on my own. Fortunately, when I reproduced the sword, I also reproduced its memory. A sword that has been in so many battles gains a will of its own after all that experience. The sword must have already mastered this particular dance. I can't follow Gilgamesh's attacks, but the sword seems to be able to. Before I move my arm, the sword is already reacting to Gilgamesh's attack. I let the sword guide me and manage to parry Gilgamesh's fierce attack. Yes, he's wasting a lot of money. I mean, I guess it's his to waste. But I do agree he should be paying his workers better. Abso-freaking-lutely. It doesn't last long. Every time I swing my sword, my fingers go numb and I find myself gradually lagging more and more behind the sword's guidance. Gilgamesh must not be able to tolerate even the slightest bit of resistance from me. He glares hatefully at me as he backs up, just the slightest bit. I'm saved. If he'd kept attacking, I wouldn't have lasted another second. I try to catch my breath, and then... he draws a sword. What? It looks familiar. The decorations are different, though. I thought that went into making that sword, as well as its soul. Wait, sorry about that, guys. The thought that went into making that sword, as well as its soul, are too similar to this sword. Don't tell me the prototype of this sword.
Sword. だが宝具としての精度は比べるまでもないぞ。お前が持つ王を選定する岩に刺さった剣は北欧に伝わる支配を与える木に刺さった剣が流れたものだが、これはその原型。王を選定するという。
Absolutely, sending food to hungry kids is a way better use of all that money he's got. Abso-freaking-lutely, I totally agree. Is he saying he's holding the original model for the sword in the Tree of Supremacy? The Norse hero Sigmund's demonic sword Gram?
子は親には勝てん。天輪を続けるごとに劣化する複製は原型にはかなわぬということだ。
Light flares from the blade. The sword understands perfectly that this is the same attack which killed Berserker in a single strike. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand moves towards the enemy's sword more fiercely, more powerfully than ever before. The noble phantasm is called Caliburn, the golden sword of assured victory, but it shatters instantly in the face of Merodach, the original sin. I hear something sliding along the ground. It's a faint rustling sound. Is the park's ground slippery? I roll across the ground like a bit of trash in the wind before finally coming to a stop. Yeah, it is sad what the rich use their money for. It is an epic depiction of, a rich wiener with too much bloody money. Her voice tells me I'm still alive. Oh, there you are, Saber. I'm relieved to see that. I thought I'd been blown away, but it doesn't matter since Saber's here. And then, as long as I can stand up, I can run to her. I glance at my arm. It's red. My arm is covered in some sort of sticky red membrane, but there's no blood coming from it. Saber's shouts reach me as I lay there, staring at my arm. It looks like my torso is what's hurt. That single attack. I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh's sword is what sent me flying. That at least explains why I'm injured. No wonder Saber's so upset. The only thing I can move is my right hand. My left hand doesn't move. I'm not even sure what happened to my left hand. I can't even breathe. A diagonal slash covers my torso, starting at my left shoulder. The slash runs all the way through my body, separating parts of me like mismatched building blocks. It looks like a ginkgo leaf. I've been cut open from shoulder to hip. It's actually creepy that I'm still alive right now. I don't think this miraculous survival is going to last long. I'm conscious right now, but my vision is already starting to narrow. Besides, even a tiny movement will send all of my organs tumbling out of my torso. Maybe I really am dead and my consciousness, or my ghost, or something is just hanging around, watching what's unfolding.
なんだ、見事に散らばったと思ったが存外にしぶといのだな。なるほど、生き汚さだけが雑種の取り柄というわけか。
He laughs. I'm grateful for it, honestly. The more horribly grating the laughter is, the harder my consciousness fights to cling to my physical body.
だがそこまでだ。貴様に獅子は似合わん。その女は俺がもらう。
That is a very commendable sentiment, Dawson. It is a truly commendable sentiment. If I could, I would help you with said endeavor. More footsteps. This time, he's going to take Saber for sure. All right, chat, what do we do? Stand up or don't stand up? What should we do, chat? All right, that's a vote for stand up. Hey, Dawson, so what do you think we should do? Should we get up or is stand up? All right, that's 2 votes for stand up. Is there anyone else that wants to throw their 2 cents in? Give anyone else a second or two here to decide if they want to vote on what we're doing here. Otherwise, we will be standing up, assuming we can do so. All right, well, it looks like no one else is weighing in, so stand up it is. I pour all the strength I have left into my one good arm. I try to grip the ground with my sticky, slippery arm and lever myself upright, even as I'm on the verge of literally splitting apart. For a brief second, I see Saber's face. She's on the brink of tears. In that moment, I'm proud to know falling in love with her wasn't a mistake. Hold it, it's not over yet. I force myself up. Neither of my legs work. The magical energy that had barely kept my body moving is gone. All that remains is my faint heartbeat and the throbbing of my organs trying desperately to continue functioning.
ほう、未練か。だろうな。あれはお前には過ぎた宝だ。その気持ちはわからんでもない。ならばこそ他の男の手に奪われるのは悔しかろう。
Too far. He goes too far. Yes, I have seen those Japanese toilets that shoot water. Why, you want one, Dawson? I can't listen to another second of his shit. Enough. Quit talking about Saber like she's just something to be claimed. I pour what energy I can into my right arm. It feels like it's made of lead. My body creaks in protest, but begins to obey. I push myself up to one knee. Damn, listen to me. I take a deep breath, trying to focus what strength I have left. Every time I move, I feel my organs shifting around, as if with minds of their own. Oh God, that has to hurt. Like seriously, that has to hurt. I don't care what universe you're from, that's gotta freaking hurt. Saber sounds like she's denouncing me. She's far away. In the distance, I can see her staring at me, sad and forlorn. I push everything from my mind to focus on making my body move. Saber's voice is just a distraction. Gilgamesh's laughter, the pathetic state my body's in, none of that is my biggest obstacle right now. Right now, it's Saber. Hearing her say that, seeing her looking like that, it's almost enough to make me give up. Finally, I feel life flood into my knees. Now, all I have to do is get to my feet.
いらない。あなたの助けなどいりません。敗北した以上、私はすでにあなたの剣ではないんです。このまま消えるのがサーバントとして当然の結末ではないですか。
It's Saber's voice. Damn. If you keep saying that, if you keep making this even harder, I'll get mad, even at you.
ただ、やめてください、シロ。それ以上はダメだ。本当に死んでしまう。こんなことであなたに死なれたら、私は。
I can't keep listening to this. She has no idea how I feel. Shut up. Just keep quiet for a moment. There's nothing wrong with relying on me at times like this.
それは違う、シロ。優先順位を間違えないでほしい。私の身などどうでもいい。そんなものより、あなたは自身の命を第一にするべきだ。
Saber's pleading with me. Knowing that I'm responsible for the agonizing sound of her voice makes me want to give up right now. I did not know that paper towel causes hemorrhoids. I had no idea that could happen. I do agree. It would be nice if we could stop cutting down trees for shit tickets. But I refuse. There's nothing in the world I want more than you. I can't allow myself to give in to her plea. Saber gasps at me. I'm not sure why, but I remember something. She once told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of my own life. I think she's right. For someone who can't help themselves to try to help someone else is a little presumptuous. They're really only doing it for their own happiness, while the person they're meant to be helping may not be half so pleased. Someone's first priority should be to themselves. The people who think like that are the ones who can be truly happy, and so they can then share that happiness with other people as well. Yeah, I know I'm a fool who doesn't value his own life. I've been wrong about the most important thing in my life. From that day, the place in my heart where whatever is most important to me should have been was empty. That sounds like a terrible thing to have happen, to be perfectly honest. I can't say that I know what that's like. I'm sorry you do. Yeah, well, hopefully you got it cleared up. And you don't have to worry about that anymore. But I am grateful for that abnormality. Because now, that empty space is filled with the person I truly want to save. But Saber, even if I'm the most important thing in my life, nothing will change. You are so much more beautiful than my life could ever be. Nothing could ever replace you in my heart. And then I realize it wasn't that I was simply sympathetic towards her. The girl in my dreams. The girl who fought and died alone, who I felt was never rewarded for what she did. I was in awe of her. I thought she was beautiful beyond words. The vivid image of her taking her sword and charging into battle, never looking back, was awe-inspiring. Yeah, that's why I need to protect you, Saber. You were alone your entire life, so I have to make sure you're not swallowed up by the darkness in your last moments. Yup, once this is all over, on the verge of your death, I hope you can go to your eternal slumber, proud of what you did with your life. Oh, kept you awake for 2 straight days. Oh man, I can't even imagine an itch like that. No more hesitation. My objective is clear. Sorry, I love you more than anything, Saber. So I'm not letting him take you. I regret the apology as soon as I give it. But I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that, now of all times, because the words could come straight from my heart. I sense her gasping. I want to turn around and see her face, but no, I really can't see any more anyway. I stand up. As long as my heart is still beating, I can keep fighting. Magical energy is life. As long as it flows through me, I can create as many swords for her as she needs.
よく立った。で、その後は何があるのだ?
I feel a scorching heat in my right hand. Here, on the brink of death, I'm reminded of what happened 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. Okay, so you just try to use as little as possible so you never have to endure that again. Fair enough. I can't fault you for that. I probably would too. I feel just like I did when I was in the fire, reaching a hand out and hoping to be saved. Go away. I can't leave Saber to you. I say that as I raise my right hand.
たわけ、誰が貴様の許しを得るか?
Gilgamesh raises his sword. I hear Saber far behind me. I ignore her and use my remaining magical energy to project a sword once more. The light stops me. A vortex of light rushes at me. It's not as strong as Excalibur, but it still burns away anything it touches. When the heat scorches my body, I don't think about my death. I think about Saber somewhere behind me. This will kill her as well as me. I at least need to protect her then. I said it's what I'll do. It's what I've always wanted to do. Saber's strong, but at the same time, she could break at any moment. She needs me. She's like a drawn sword, so to make sure she doesn't get hurt, I'll sheath her. And then, before I realize what's going on, there's a sword in my right hand. I'm not sure who said that, but there is a brief hesitation. At the same moment, the invincible knight in gold takes a step back. Saber takes my hand. The vortex of light fades. Saber is right behind me. Oh, it's the rubbing that causes it. Okay. Gotcha. I see. I get how that could happen. Before me is Gilgamesh, eyes open and bleeding. I don't know what happened, but I realize it's just like the Berserker battle. Saber is using whatever I made, and it destroyed Gilgamesh's Gram. Two titanic beams of light collided before one overwhelms the other, and we managed to truly wound a man who until now had been completely unscathed. He radiates murderous intent. It is terrifying. In spite of that ferocity, murderous rage, the Golden Knight leaves without a word. But there's no time to be surprised. I have no idea why he just left. But even as I feel myself slipping into unconsciousness, I know the battle's not over. My knees buckle. The tension that kept me upright fades as I collapse. Saber hurries forward and catches me. While I slip down onto my rear, supported by Saber, I look over my body. I can't help but cry out. My body is torn to pieces. I should have been killed the instant Gilgamesh laid me open from shoulder to hip. Well, this is definitely... My healing power must be what's got me clinging to life, but even that has its limits. Maybe one day Japanese-style toilets will become big in the West. It is a possibility. I'm not sure how long it may take, but it could happen. I'm practically split in two. I can't possibly recover from this. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, and everything started to is starting to go dark. My end is near. The only good thing to come from this is that Saber is okay. My wounds are fatal, but it looks like Saber was just exhausted. She's disarmed, and her wounds are already healed. Even if I end up having to drop out of the war, I'm sure Tosaka can take care of the rest. I hear that sound again. That sound of creaking bones is coming from me. Curious, I look down at my wounds. What? I see myriad swords? Or I see what looks like tons of tiny blades covering, layering atop each other, trying to knit together my broken body. I feel faint. It looks like every muscle and bone in my body is made from swords. The next moment, they're gone. My body looks normal, and what I thought I saw a moment ago seems to have only been an illusion. As proof of that, my ruined flesh begins fusing together. My wounds close right before my eyes. It's more like restoration rather than healing. Looking at it, I feel a surge of disgust rather than fascination. What? It looks like I'm going to make it. But this is just too...
よかった。この分なら死ぬことはなさそうですね、マスター。
I hear Saber's voice at my ear. She's, really close. Well, that's great, but my body... What's... I want to ask what's going on with my body, but I'm suddenly overcome with dizziness. And then... Whoops. My body is enveloped in a soft embrace. Saber?
いいえ、私には分かりました。傷が癒されるのは当然です。
I can't stay awake. I produce too much magical energy. My worn-out mind just wants sleep now. I don't know how strong it is. But Saber moves closer and wraps her arms around me. She embraces me tight.
やっと気づいた。シローは私の鞘だったのですね。
Her words penetrate deep into my tired mind. The sensation is so comforting, and the last of my remaining consciousness fades away. I finally realize I'm safe, and so I yield my body to sleep. Before sleep takes me, I find myself thinking with a little foolish sadness that this scene would be better off if our positions were reversed. For the final time, I see that red hill once again. Well, let's see. I don't know if I could pick just one worst moment. But if I had to pick one, oh boy. I gotta say it's that one point where Galadriel and Elrond start kissing because, quite frankly, that is his future mother-in-law. And we know it's his mother-in-law because of The Lord of the Rings. Like, we know this, that he's going to marry her daughter. So the fact that they're, like, being romantic, that is so very wrong to me. The Red Memory. I dive deeper into her memory and I realize I'm seeing it for the last time. It's a memory of a certain night that I have seen many times already. After becoming king and killing her will so that she could devote herself to the will of her nation, her days were now marked by the resentment of her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Artoria was made to fight more battles she didn't want. She continued to hide her sex, which heaped more suspicion onto her. All that waited the isolated girl was a rebellion at the hands of her own family. A young knight took over the nation while the king was away on an expedition. The knight's name was Mordred. The knight, son of Artoria's older sister, Morgan, and was in fact the King of Knights' own son. Artoria was never able to have a child as a woman, but Mordred had her blood coursing through her veins. I'm not clear what happened to make this possible, but Artoria's older sister Morgan loathed her for becoming king. Mordred was created as a clone and served the king without knowing who his father was. Mordred sought an opportunity to take the throne for himself, ultimately going so far as to organize a revolt. That one threw me off too. Like, there's no way that would ever happen. Another terrible part of that had to have been, when Sauron was like, no, I don't want to, like, I want to not go to war anymore. I want to leave all that behind me. And Galadriel was like, no, you have to be a soldier. We need you to be a soldier and a king. I don't care how much you don't want to do it. So, effectively, according to Rings of Power, Sauron's whole return is solely Galadriel's fault. Revolt would end in what later became known as the Battle of Camlan, the final battle and the end of King Arthur. King Arthur learned of Mordred's betrayal during her expedition and returned with her weary army to invade her own lands. She defeated many of the knights who used to serve her. She attacked the land she once defended. Kind of reminds you of Master Chief smashing it in front of Cortana. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I gotta agree, pretty bad. Those few knights who remained loyal to her died. The only two left standing in the end were the king and her son, Mordred. The combat between the two of them ended in the king's victory. But the king was not unharmed. Mordred was bound by a powerful curse and swung her sword even after dying, inflicting a fatal wound on the king. And so the battle ended. It was the end of her, the king once known as the King of Knights. It must have been heart-wrenching. None of the battles she fought were painless. Every one of the 12 battles she fought was intense, but this final battle was her greatest loss. She returned to her homeland only to have to destroy her own army. She was forced to punish the knights who once served her and had watched those knights who remained loyal to her die. And in the end, she had to kill her own son. I have no idea what was going through her head in that moment. But I had to pray. I had to pray for the lone knight who tried to remain king until the very end. I pray that this dream of her just before her death is the kind of dream a girl named Artoria would want to see. Ah. Nothing of what Rings of Power has shown is like what happened. Let's face it. Like, I'm pretty sure Morgoth was sent to wherever Morgoth ended up. I'm pretty sure his crown went with him. Because I'm pretty sure he was still wearing it at the time. I opened my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room, laying on my futon.
ああ、気がついたのですね、シロ。
Saber, how did I...
あれから今まで眠っていたのです。体の方はほぼ完治していますから、心配には及びません。
I see. I guess that's good. But what about Saber? She used Excalibur. She might be running low on magical energy since she probably healed herself too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was wearing his crown when he was sent to the Void. So I'm not entirely sure how they used it to kill someone to begin with. Saber, were you taking care of me the whole time?
手当てと言っても汗を拭く程度です。私はリンのように人の傷を見ることはできませんから。
You dummy, you didn't have to do that. You're probably suffering too.
そのようなことはありません。シロに比べれば私は軽傷です。しかし今のは聞き捨てなりませんね。いくら傷が塞がったと言ってもシロは死んでもおかしくない傷だったのです。今は自分の体を案じてください。
We should have died many times over now, to be perfectly honest. We should have died many, many times over at this point. Saber reaches for a basin of water that sits beside her. She draws a towel out of it and wrings it before wiping me off with the cool water. Oh, honestly, what she does mostly just embarrasses me.
シロ、傷が痛むのですか？また熱が出てきたようですが。
I don't have a fever. That's not what I mean. I want you to rest too. You might be fine right now, but you still used Excalibur. You should be resting, or you might collapse again like last time.
まあ、それはそうなのですが。 今は私の方が元気ですから。マスターの傷が癒えるまで、私が守るのは当然でしょう。
Well, I guess that makes sense. She's got me there. When she says it like that, I can't really do anything but agree. He should call Rings of Power a woke story only for me. I mean, you're not wrong. You're really not wrong. Fine, I'm going to rest, so I want you to rest too, Saber. I won't be able to sleep knowing you aren't resting.
それはそうですね。私とて睡眠を取らねばならぬ身ですから。
Saber nods in agreement, then wrings the towel and hangs it over the edge of the basin. I do my best to swallow my embarrassment as I watch Saber tend to me.
それでは、私も先に休ませていただきます。御身、くれぐれもお大事に、シロ。
I have no idea where that damn crocodile is there, King Ultima. We have yet to see any scene where there is a clock on the wall. As soon as we find that crocodile, I promise I will let you kill it. Everybody can point out many lore things wrong with that show, Dawson. You're preaching to the choir. We all know how much is wrong with that show.
おやすみなさい。言いそびれましたが、礼を言います、シロ。あなたが助かって、本当によかった。
There, under the moonlight, I see Saber smile. Her smile seems fragile, maybe because of the pale moonlight. Before I get a good look, the door closes. When Saber disappears into her room, I'm stricken by a sudden sense of relief. Or maybe loneliness? I regret not telling her to stay and just take my futon while I use my arm as a pillow. But that would be too much for her. Besides, if we did that, it'd remind me of that night. I shake off the image that works its way into my mind. Too many things have happened today. It feels like an entire week has gone by just today. Where did you hear that, Dawson? Because I haven't heard anything about that myself. I have to remain skeptical on that one. But if you could tell me where you heard that, I will definitely go and read that source for myself. My date with Saber was more challenging than fun. Then we got into an argument and I left, abandoning Saber. And then she got blowed the fuck up. No, I shouldn't think of that until I've completely recovered. Not only do we have to deal with Gilgamesh, but we need to defeat Lancer and whoever his master is. We need to rest, recover, and regroup so we can be at our best, or else we don't have a chance at winning. This only happened a few hours ago. I think Saber said something about me being her sheath. At the time, I couldn't ask what she meant. I was a wreck and near to passing out. See, I don't see how the UN has any bearing on censoring anime. Because the UN is a military coalition, so I don't see how that has any bearing on censoring anime. I can't fall asleep. And Saber's dream, her face resolute, even on the brink of death, overlaps with the sight of Saber tending to me. I can't imagine why any company would willingly want vast amounts of censorship. Damn it! More censorship on the anime. Yay! Then I hear her voice saying, "Good night." The image of her frail profile, of her smile, is burned into my mind. It's not a smile I saw in any of my dreams of her life. She says it makes her happier when she sees me smile. That just drives me nuts. I'm not sad, just exasperated. I don't know why it annoys me so much. I actually find myself getting angry. I punch my futon. The desire to lash out in the face of this frustration is just completely overwhelms me.
シロ、体の具合が悪いのですか？
A concerned voice drifts in from the other side of the closed door. My breathing is heavy, so she must think I'm having trouble sleeping. No, it's okay. But why are you still
はい。
awake?
ですが、本当にシロの方はよろしいのですか？ま
Yes,
だ苦
please
しいの
do.
でしたら、
Yes,
そちらに行きますが。
come lay down beside us. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm not sure if Shiro can handle it, but yes, please do. Maybe I should go over. No, that's even worse. All the pent-up feelings I've been barely holding back will come rushing to the forefront if I see Saber now. Saber, can I talk to you for a bit? Well, yes, unfortunately, I mean, the UN is trying to deal with the Ukraine-Russia war. The problem is that, well, Putin's unstable enough that he just might follow through on his one of his many threats of using nuclear ordnance. And man, that is the last thing anybody wants. So they really do have to be careful as to not push that button too hard, as it were.
はい。このままでよろしければ。
We start talking through the sliding door. Since I can't actually see her, I think back on the smile, the last expression I saw on her face. She looked so happy. And when I think of it, I find myself getting more frustrated rather than less. I don't know why I'm getting so warm. But I still need to talk to Saber. See, that is exactly the problem. Putin has threatened that if the UN interferes too much with his war with Ukraine, he'll start flinging nukes around at UN countries. So, I mean, we have to the UN has to try and stop the war without being too forceful, or he'll start throwing nukes around. And like I said, nobody wants that shit. I have to tell her that even if I don't have the right answer, she's still wrong. My voice trembles, my tongue feels heavy in my mouth. Once I say it, I won't be able to take it back. I'm fully aware of that. Yes, he is crazy. Problem is there's nobody in Russia telling him he probably shouldn't do things, so he's completely unchecked. The only reason he hasn't started throwing nukes around as of yet is because we haven't pushed him to that point. But I don't think he'd hold back. I really don't. So if the UN gets too involved in that war, I really do think he'll start throwing nukes around. It's okay. Just things are fine, so you need to smile for yourself. Some unknown force forces the words from me.
シロ、そんな、どうして？
There shouldn't even be a question. Exactly. He is an unchecked dictator. Unfortunately. But yeah, that's why the UN isn't more involved than they already are. I'll just keep repeating myself until you realize it. Saber, you've done enough. You worked hard enough. You fought so hard all on your own. That's why it wouldn't be right unless you found happiness. You fulfilled your vow. That gives you the right to go back to being Artoria.
何を言うかと思えば、まだそんなことを言うのですか、あなたは。
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it. I can't help it. I fell for you. So, you should go back to being you. No, Artoria. I suppose the sudden surge of emotion. I'm on the verge of breaking down. If only Saber would just say something, even a single word.
シロ、私を困らせないでほしい。
North Korea is sending troops to fight in, what, Ukraine? On Russia's side? Well, that will definitely change how things play out, that's for sure. Her answer is unchanged. My heart aches from her determination.
シロは私の過去を知って、私の中に何度も入ってきた。私の答えなどあなたは知っているはずなのに、どうしてそこまで私に構うのです。私がどれほどの罪を重ねてきたのか、あなたは見てきたはずなのに。
Yeah, I have. Many people were sacrificed in the name of the king, many enemies killed. I have no intention of pretending that didn't happen. Still, knowing this, I want Artoria to be happy. Yeah, so? I don't understand this feeling, but I can't just let you stay like this. I want you to smile, Saber. I want to be with you forever. It's such a childish confession of love. I wait for her to answer as the silence stretches out between us. Hey, Draconius, glad you could make it. I heard you just recently started a new job, a little birdie told me. I ate the birdie, but he told me before I ate him. How's that going for you? What Saber might be doing, or how she might be reacting behind the closed door, I have no idea. Well, I'm glad that some of his army is betraying him. He deserves it. That fascist asshat. Are my words even getting through to her? Well, that would be a negatory, Shiro. Your words are smacking up against a brick wall. Ah, it's good for you, Draconius. It'll be good for you. I get it. If from not doing a physical job for more than a year to going into a physical one can be pretty hard. Her voice is so sad. I can't stand it any longer. Hey now, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I eat all my kitty treats. I do. I even eat me some stuff kitties shouldn't be eaten. I'm glad, Dawson, that they were able to get out and you know, start a new life outside of that nonsense. That's awesome. I'm happy for them. I don't want to hear the solitary oath Artoria took when she became king. I already know it. All this frustration wasn't just so I could hear her lamentations. I kicked the futon covers. The only thing between me and Saber is a sliding door leading to her room. The door slides softly open as I open it. Wow. The door slides softly as I open it. My mind goes blank. What was I so angry about? Why was I so sad? Before me, I see trembling eyes on the verge of tears. I see a slender neck and shoulders so thin They seem in danger of snapping in a breeze. And I see her golden hair, splashed with moonlight, just when we first met. Without even thinking, I embrace her. I hold her so tight, I might break her. The whole reason I ate the fudge was so that I could try to gain something, okay? It's not like I wasn't trying. It just didn't happen. And I will, alright? Just give me a second. Okay. There. You happy, Draconius? Just had another one. It's different from that night. Oh, man. Well, how about you try and maybe I'll get some? I didn't feel like this back then. This may sound ridiculous. Even though I was aspiring to be a champion of justice, I never fell in love. There was never a reason I couldn't let go of. Saber, it's like she might disappear if I don't hold her tightly enough. I'm not sure how long I hold her, but I relax my embrace after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear.
シロ、突然に何を？これは一体どういうことですか？こんなことをされても、私は。
Tell you what, Draconius, how about we give it a try? You up for trying that? Cause, you know, I'm game. She moves slightly in my arms. Her lips tremble. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. So I place my lips over hers in silence. She trembles in my arms. I'm looking at Saber, but I'm not seeing anything. But my sense of touch has grown so much more sensitive now. I can feel the softness of Saber's lips. No, Dawson, that's not allowed. I don't care if it's 50 or 100 years. That is not allowed. There must always be chocolate. It is a goddamn food group of its own. And I dare anyone to argue with me on that. Yes, do or do not. There is no try. Yes, a famous little green guy. So does that mean you're up for trying? Then, Draconius, you eat 2 pounds of fudge and we'll see if I gain anything. Our lips part. Saber places a hand on my chest and pushes me away gently. See? Doesn't even the dragon agrees. You can't take away our chocolate. She wants to say it was a mistake. Saber looks at me on the verge of tears. It wasn't a mistake. I'll say it as many times as I can. I love you and I can't let you go. If you don't want that, tell me. Tell me that our relationship is just master and servant. If that's what you really want, then say so directly. Reject me. Be a very sad world without Kit Kats. A very sad world. Would be, though, I would, if I had the choice, I would lose Kit Kats if I got to keep Pocky, okay? Pocky sticks are the bomb. And if you take away Kitty's Pocky, she might just flip out. You can't take away the kitty's Pocky. No.
そのようなことを口にしろというのですか、あなたは。
Yeah, if you don't tell me directly, I'm not going to hold back. If you don't reject me, I'll just do what I want. Even if I could only make her forget her vow of being king for a moment. Neither of us say anything for what feels like a long time. I keep holding Saber, feeling her soft, slender body. She's still tense, unsure of herself. Yeah, that's not gonna happen either, Dawson. Oh boy, there are so many people that won't let that happen. At least it better not. Cats are obligate carnivores. All I can hear is our breathing and our hearts beating. How many times did our hearts beat against each other? She pushes a little harder on my chest.
あなたの気持ちには応えられない。あなたがその正しさを変えられないように、私にも変えられないものができるのは、せめて許されるとしたら、それは。
Pause makes my heart ache. She bites her lip, trembling, as if confessing that what we did that night was not permitted. And yet, her body offers no resistance, and the hesitation in her eyes tells me something. Just one night. Saber's telling me of a hope she feels cannot be fulfilled. She wants to stay like this until the end of day, until the night's end. Wow, holy crap! Saber, I lift my hand, trying to embrace her. Saber takes hold of it. Absolutely. If I don't get my... Well, I'll get my meat somewhere. If I have to eat the rich people, I'll get my meat somewhere.
フォーブを使いましたから白から力をもらわないと私は戦えません
Her hushed voice, asking me for permission, falls silent. I have no words. That line of reasoning is so transparent, but it's the best she could do to ask for her wish to come true. Oh, right. But do you know if the connection is still working properly?
はい今でも白からの供給は続いています
Yeah, me too, Dawson. I would be getting my meat wherever I could.
ですから回復するためにはこうして
Our bodies have to be close. It's all we can do. This is as close as we can be, because she is still bound to her oath. I can't break that oath. Saber moves in my arms. I don't know what to do with the heat, I don't know what to do with the heat of her pressed against me. Holding Saber's slender body in my arms makes my heart beat faster. And I'm ashamed of myself for getting agitated. Saber's cheeks practically glow red. She looks so embarrassed. Not enough of his essence.
ですので白お願いです今晩は共にあなたと眠らせてくださいケンとサヤは共にあればその力を取り戻しやすいそれにあの儀式と同じようにより心身を近づければ
Thank you, Dawson, for that very lovely mental image. I'm not sure I'll be able to shake that mental image, at least for a little while. I nod silently. I'm much happier than I am embarrassed. I get to spend the night with Saber in my arms. Our bodies may not touch more than they are now, but we can be more intimate in our hearts.
よかったではシロ今夜は私が支度をしますので先に部屋に戻っていただけませんか
Saber stands up. I can't bear to let her go, but we can't stay like this forever, so I head back through the sliding door to my room. I turn back to look at Saber before I slide the door shut. It feels like I'm doing something wrong though, so I close the door quickly. I don't know why, but I find myself sitting on top of my futon. Eat the rich to feed the poor. Love it. Very, very devious of you, Draconius. if I keep on granting these small wishes for her, it'll add up and maybe Saber will learn to smile. But the war is nearing its end, and I don't know how much time we have left to keep doing this.
失礼しますシロ
The sliding door opens. I shake away the depressing thoughts circling my head and look to Saber. I turn and look up at her. She's... I quietly gulp. She's a figure of pure white in the darkness. Seeing her, all that restless worry I felt melts away. She's just too beautiful. My heart is unclouded now.
おかしいでしょうかこの格好は
No, absolutely not. It's just that you're so beautiful. I don't know what to do. I mutter something unintelligible about how difficult it makes things when a girl's too pretty. Even if I explain it to Saber, she wouldn't understand. But my mind's practically shorted out.
そちらに行ってもよろしいですかシロ
Dawson! That is not nice. I do not need that mental image any more than I needed the last one. Oh, sure. For the first time, I realize she has beautiful, perfect tones. While Saber walks across the tatami mat floor to get close, I get rid of the futon and pull the blanket back for her. I realize I'm one pillow short for the two of us to sleep together, but it's too late. Saber and I sit side by side next to the futon. One room, one futon, but Saber's with me. I shouldn't be having any impure thoughts, but my face feels like it's on fire. I can't even look at Saber.
お先にどうぞシロ
Well, I guess to each their own, as long as they're not telling me I have to eat that, 'cause that's a hard no. No, you go ahead, Saber. Well, we're not getting anywhere like this. So I hurry into the futon and make room for Saber. I thought I would give her the pillow, but she gently pushes it back to me.
これはシロに私はその腕を枕にさせてください
Her words, barely a whisper, make my heart skip a beat. Saber is surprisingly calm when she nestles into my arms. It's like she's settled in herself more than I'm holding her. A blade and its sheath. I remember Saber's words. Saber is about to drift off, pillowed on my arm, like a sword in its sheath. Her warm, soft scent so close. Her warm, soft scent so close it calms rather than excites me. Again, has to be another typo right there. Saber's hand reaches for my hand. I take it inside of the blanket and entwine my fingers with hers. I'm sure we'll all still find a way to eat maggot-free cheese. We damn well better, because I'm not going there. If I have to, I'll just give up cheese altogether. And we drift off to sleep, in silence. But before that, Saber, I call out to her as she lays beside me. I want to ask her at the end. I want her to hear again why I desire her so much.
感じますか、シロ。これなら朝までには魔力の補充ができる。これで明日からあなたのサーバントとして戦えます。
Saber,
今はそれだけです、シロ。私の役割はあなたの身を守りきり、聖杯を手にすることだけです。戦いを終わらせるまでそれ以外のことなど考えられない。そうでしょう、シロ。この戦いを終わらせるために戦うと決めたのだから。
I can't argue that point. If we want to solve our problem, first we need to end this war. Yes, and the smashing begins. To start, I won't be able to protect Saber unless I defeat the man who's after her. But is there really a way for us to defeat the King of Heroes? While the two of us lay quiet, we look out into the tranquil darkness. I don't know how much time passes. My eyelids grow heavy, my body cries out for rest. But our entwined fingertips stay warm. Saber?
はい。考えるのは明日にしましょう、シロ。明日になれば良い案が浮かぶかもしれませんし。それに
She just wants to sleep together like this. She holds my hand gently as she says so. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
おやすみなさい、シロ。目を覚ましたらまたいつもの私たちに戻りましょう。
I lean my face close to hers and close my eyes. The last thing I see is Saber smiling warmly. I don't care if that moment of vulnerability was only for tonight. The hand holding mine right now is so warm. It's more than enough for me, and I fall into a satisfied sleep. The end of battle. Once everything is over, I'm not sure I can keep holding this hand, and then silence settles in. Yes, Hulk probably would break the bed if Hulk smashed. I bet it's warm in there too. When I awake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still last night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought. It's cloudy outside. No wonder I didn't wake up. The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. A glance at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. I'm way past the point of oversleeping. Saber, are you awake? There's no answer. Saber is still next to me, slightly curled and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she's slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. Wow, he must have really tired her out last night. I leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger is at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun is still out. I'm sure they tried to find out there, Dawson. I'm sure the two did become one, at least for one moment. So, we need to come up with a plan. I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Given his personality and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find and exploit a chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm, Aya, and we'd be finished. I need to think of something. There's not much time until the sun sets. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. I'm sure Saber could rip his heart out if she really wanted to. Though we might have I suppose we could give Saber an edge over Gilgamesh and tear her algae off and have her go absolutely fucking ballistic. Since it is canon that if you tear Artoria's algae off, she becomes Artoria Alter. So I say we wake Saber up when Gil shows up, sneak up behind her and just yank that algae right off her forehead. If Saber, Tosaka, and I can't think of a plan, then the church, maybe that overseer, might know something. He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Kotomine said he'd find some way to deal with this servant who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kotomine might have already thought of something. Yes, true love is a very rare thing these days, Dawson. Sorry, guys, got a little bit of a hairball there. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-gray clouds. The church sits alone atop of the hill. There's nobody there, not a sound to be heard, not even the birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out. This place looks more ominous than holy. It looks like an execution site. I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell. The hell am I thinking about? That's no metaphor. Besides, the church is a place where people die. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a cat thing. I can't help it. Hairballs happen, okay? Absolutely. That is more and more the case, Dawson. It's just smash and toss. It's quite sad, if you ask me. Hospitals work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. Churches are like that, too. In that sense, death hangs heavy over this place. The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb the church's stairs. Yes, I agree. It 100% is sad. Kotomine, I came to talk to you. I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here. Kotomine? He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk towards the altar. Tap, tap, tap. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The building is probably designed to make sounds echo, but the sound of my lonely footsteps is haunting in this huge, empty space. Kotomine? Are you here? I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I want an answer, I should be shouting. He's probably in the back, so he wouldn't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. I never really thought about it that way, Dawson. It's probably actually fairly accurate, though. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Or because I feel like if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand, and then maybe get beheaded for defying God or something. I exit the chapel and head to the courtyard. If I remember correctly, Kotomine's room is... I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Kotomine's room. My memory's kinda hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. There's something... I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe. My throat is parched. Well, I'm not really sure that's the best solution, Dawson. But I do understand the sentiment behind it. And it is definitely your choice. I don't know why. But beads of sweat begin to forming on my forehead through the corridor, though the corridor itself is chilly. That's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that. And don't let anyone ever tell you that there is something wrong with it, because there isn't. I use all of my senses to try to get a feel for my surroundings. I do so. But I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? Two words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kotomine's not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back for your own sake. Go back. There's nothing bad happening here. This place is... There's nothing happening in this church, so go home. I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is always right about these kind of things. For an untrained mage, I have pretty good danger sense. Which is why my feet don't stop. I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotomine's room. And then I run into a deep darkness. There's a basement? I spot a set of stairs. In the deep shadows, I see a recess that I'd normally overlook. In it, I see a very, very narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down. I can bet Kotomine won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing. There won't be any... There won't be any... There won't be any... I shouldn't go in there. My neck stiffens. I should... All right, chat, what should we do? Do we go into the basement or do we go home? What should we do, chat? We going home or we going to the basement? Okay, so that's one vote for go home, one vote for go to the basement. Hey, Draconius, what do you think we should do? You are still there, yeah? All right, well, that gives us our tiebreaker. Off to the basement we go. Boy, do I hope you guys aren't getting me killed again. I step into the darkness. It's a room made of stone. The lights are out, but the room itself feels like it's alive, and a faint blue light suffuses the whole place. There's a sanctuary underground? No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It looks like this place sees a lot of use. Probably. I have a feeling I am about to die. So before that happens, I'm just gonna say this. Thank you, King Ultima, for trying to save my life. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up the stairs I just came down. The staircase hugs a curved wall. After descending the curved stairs, I look up and see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light, but the gently curving staircase puts me in mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. Well, that's a very morbid thing to be thinking about. And then I notice a door. It's right at the bottom of the stairs. Well, then I should hope you noticed it. God. I should hope the door that is at, in your line of sight would be noticeable. There's a symbol on the wall beyond it. A deep darkness beckons me. Well, that's not ominous at all, is it, guys? Oh, man. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. That is a perfectly valid opinion to have on that, Dawson, and I commend you for sticking to it. And if you can continue to stick to it, then all the power to you. I step through what seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. The floor is all slimy and it's hard to walk. It reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor, and it feels like my feet are sinking to the ankles into some kind of rot covering the floor. I stop suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there's a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor. It's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish. Whether I should or shouldn't go with the opposing choice for opinion of what you said, they're draconians. I had to go with I'm sorry, but the go downstairs votes, there was just more votes for go downstairs, so that's what happens. That's how this whole chat makes the decisions thing works. The choice with the most votes is what happens. Even if I feel it's a bad idea. Or gunpowder. It smells like formaldehyde. The chemical reek of it has stagnated in the room like a thick mud. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into the basement. Wow. Holy crap, Dawson. That is insane. That's nuts. I'm long past tension and nervousness. And yet, my heart expands and contracts without a break, and my lips are moving so weirdly it feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body. Or limbs are moving so weirdly. And what's worse? My eyes are growing accustomed to the darkness. The darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. It's almost like that serves as the starting bell. What I couldn't see before is suddenly clear. Oh, what I see is an all too familiar living hell. Death lined up all in a row. Debris is piled everywhere. The stench of death covered by anesthetics. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real. But I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant. Even in a room so full of corpses, not one of the bodies here is truly dead. They're alive. They're all alive. These corpses. They can only be called corpses, however. Human they once were, are all alive. Why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I look over each and every body. Not one of them has retained their original form. Some have been broken down to the point that their flesh has seeped into the cracks of the stone pavement. Some are hung against the wall and are little more than nests for bugs. Whatever their arrangement, these figures have only torsos and heads, and even those are pitifully ragged. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. That is unfortunate, Dawson. That is truly unfortunate that that's all they wanted from you. So I 100% don't blame you for rejecting them. If that's all they wanted from you, that they're not worth it anyway. Each corpse is welded into a coffin, and the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. The flow of life. The coffin is extracting magical energy, souls. Little by little, the coffin sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills nor allows it to truly live. The wind moans through the chamber. It's almost like a single scream from the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't scream for themselves anymore. But now, their throats only barely serve to carry air to their lungs. But still, the corpses scream. All but inaudible, they scream. One just wanted you to be a sugar daddy? Well, that's just... wow. What a bitch. They must be in terrible pain and so very afraid. They continue to shriek, unable to accept that their bodies are being eaten alive as they gradually lose their shape. I hear a creaking sound. The coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing. The corpse's head is turned toward me. Something falls out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly. In a voice that isn't a voice, it asks, "Where am I?" That's what it wants to know. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Where am I? It didn't say it when it was in pain, but it didn't ask for help. Just wanted to know what this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand. Did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? Before this, they must have lived a normal life, slept normally, but one day they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible. But why? I agree. Just, you gotta think with the head that's not... guys need to think with the head that's not between their legs. For a lot of things. I agree. Most do. Well, a lot do. There are some that definitely don't. Why do they seem so strangely familiar? I've never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of these corpses. This is my first time here. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me. So why? Why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them. And why are they staring at me? And I have another question. Each of them shares something in common, unless that's just a coincidence. Why do all of these corpses look like children of the same age? And then... Ah, welcome, Shiro Emiya. It comes out of nowhere. A hand claps my shoulder from behind. The voice is friendly, like a greeting from a close friend. I have not tried Nikkei, to be honest. I'm not sure I really have time for another gacha game right now. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. Only I don't have to turn to see who's behind me. Hire Kotomine. The church's priest, the man responsible for this little piece of hell. And the devil, the person that I should have run into. The last person I should have run into. What unfortunate timing. I did expect you to visit soon, so I suppose it's my fault for preparing a meal at this hour. Do you recall how I failed to be hospitable last time? I attempted to be more considerate this time, but it seems we missed each other. I am doing quite well in FGO. I'm waiting for the Tamlin Cup event to start. I'm also waiting on Lost Belt 7, so looking forward to that. I cannot wait to get my hands on a Kukulkan. What's the matter, Draconis? Did you miss 420 because you were still at work? I can't say anything. The priest's hands rest heavily on my shoulders. I cannot, however, condone your trespassing. You might have seen something you shouldn't. And then, having learned the truth, well, that might set our relationship back quite a ways. You play 3 gacha? How the hell do you have time for 3 gacha games, Dawson? The priest sounds more cheerful than I've ever heard. As Kotomine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's incredibly terrifying. What's the matter, Shiro Emiya? You have come to talk, correct? There is no sense being quiet then. This is a surprise. Is this such a bizarre sight to you? He sounds so cheerful, even when he's saying such horrible things. Does this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? You chose 2 hours of the day just to play gotcha? Oh, if that was working for you. Aw, you did miss 420? Well, how about you, like, take your phone and me in the stream with you and go have your 420 now. I mean, it's a couple hours late, but... yeah, we are not in a good situation here. I do even need to commend you on how horrible this is. Oh, how cold of you. Proper manners dictate you should at least say it is not, whatever you might think. These are practically your brothers and sisters, after all. I do not think they would appreciate such rudeness. What did he just say? And so happily. What did you say? I said that these corpses are practically your siblings. By whatever means you all survived that hell. You may not be related by blood, but I believe you all share what amounts to a familial bond. Am I wrong? You're playing Azure Lane, Nike, and ZZZ. Yeah, how you liking all three of those? So that's why I thought I recognized them. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I'm back in that hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents. They were sent to an orphanage until they were adopted. But before that happened to me, Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterward. I'd actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I'd wanted to. But I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who still hadn't been. That's why I decided if I were to meet them, it would have to have been in town. We would just bump into each other, chat idly to catch up, and most importantly, have gotten over the fire and hell. As small as our town is, I always dreamed of a reunion like that, but it never happened. Oto Mine? That is correct, Shiro Emiya. Had Kiritsugu Emiya not adopted you, you would have shared these things, fate. Do you understand? You were the only one who was saved. While everyone else died, equal, you were the only one who violated this harmony by surviving. What do you think? Do you not find that just a little unfair? My heart starts beating again. Azure Lane is the most free-to-play friendly? Awesome! You're fully free-to-play. On ZZZ, you only spent $21 on Nikkei, and you'd give Azure Lane $20 to $40 a month. That's fair. Oh, don't mistake me. This isn't criticism. On the contrary, your situation is a delight. Your talent for survival is impressive. Honestly, I did not expect you to last so long. That is why I thought to reunite you with your siblings here in your final moments. You piece of... Lucky boy, I plan to close this place after today, so you barely made it. For the past 10 years, I've kept them alive as fodders to sustain servants. But that is all coming to an end. I can no longer collect the same quantity of robust souls, all steeped in agony as I once did. Of course, there is no need to feed any longer. All that remains is to kill you and your servant. You fucking piece of shit! Those words shattered the restraints that had been holding me still. I moved my paralyzed body, pushing clear of the hands on my shoulders. I leaped forward and whirled around to face the priest. Hotomine, it was you? As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. Oh no. That's weird. I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. It looks like the head of a spear. That can't be. How could a spear be growing out of my chest? Yes. I also failed to mention. Allow me to formally introduce you to my servant. I turn around. There, I see a blue-colored spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. He jerks it free. At the same time, a searing pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters the floor. I collapse onto the slimy, mossy ground. Sorry, I just had to answer a question that I'm being asked by somebody else. Yes. I tried to push myself to my feet, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for entirely different reasons now. The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming vision. I can't pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad. They all numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. The instant I pass out from pain, more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only the only things I feel are vomit-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape this agony.
殺してはいないだろうな、ランス。それでは今まで残していた甲斐がない。
I told you not to kill him, Lancer. Otherwise, there would be no point in keeping him alive until now. I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything.
命令は守るさ。たとえそれがいけすかねえものでも。
I hear you, even if I don't love the order. Lancer's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him.
よろしい。では支度をするぞ、ランス。
Fine, then we'll begin our
マスターの窮
preparations.
地はサーバント
A
に
servant
伝わる。
can sense when their master is in danger. We have about 30 minutes until Saber arrives.
ことみね。このガキそこまでは持たねえよ。
Kotomine, this kid's not gonna last that long. If you want him alive, you should stop the bleeding.
不要だ。
That will not be necessary. If he dies, so be it. My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much, and my mind lets me faint. I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. I'm on the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged into a world of searing pain. Oh, ZZZ's pretty chintzy with its pulls too, huh? I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know, but if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. At least it has good pity, though. I suppose that's a bonus. Saber. I grip my teeth, trying to endure the pain and trying to cling to my own fading awareness. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of this war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she is the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. When she awakes, there's no sign of Shiro. She makes her way to the living room, thinking he might be preparing a late lunch, but she finds no sign of either Shiro or lunch.
また一人で出歩いて。
He has gone out alone again. I have told him so many times now to bring me with him whenever he leaves. Why does Shiro not listen to me? Oh, you got back into playing Brown Dust, though totally free to play? That's cool. Saber sits on the veranda, muttering to herself. Honestly, I know he likes to walk around by himself, but is there any point in our cooperation if he simply keeps doing this? Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Eventually, she grows tired of this, and she looks up pensively. The sky is an ashen gray. A heavy canopy of clouds slowly drifts overhead. She can see breaks in the cloud cover in the distance. It should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she will be able to read her future for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her long, long ago. In life, she only looked there to see whether she was taking the right path. But tonight, just once, she decides to try to predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any danger that might lie ahead and learn what she needs to guide him in the proper direction. He's so reckless. How can she not worry about him? She won't sleep peacefully unless she can at least read the stars. But the problem is, which stars can be read or can be seen from this town? As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes in the stars. She knows this isn't like her. Even so, she still considered trying to read the stars and anxiously awaits for the night to come. This represents quite a change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before, as she looks up at the sky.
Oh, Saber! Shiro ga doko ni itta ka shiranai?
Oh, Saber, do you know where Shiro is?
Rin!
Rin? Saber bolts upright. What is? I have not surrendered myself to Shiro or anything. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing deeply. Just give me 1 second to check something, guys. I'm not sure why the voice lines aren't being voiced here. Huh. Not sure why it's doing that. Oh, was I interrupting something? Rin smiles wickedly. Perhaps it's because they have been living under the same roof, but Rin can read Saber like a book. Shiro too, for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so, she has pretty clear idea of what happened the night before. Well, I'll leave the teasing for later, but seriously, do you know where Shiro is? Ilya has a fever, so I thought he could help me. Ilya's feel is not well? I thought her condition was stable. Yeah, I've played Genshin before. I just haven't played it in a very long time. Not really. I didn't tell Shiro, but she's nearly at her limit. She won't go back to normal unless the Holy Grail War ritual ends. Her capacity may be extraordinary, but she's on the brink of becoming completely full. There's still some room left, so extra functions are still working right now. But once she's full, she might have no choice but to abandon the most necessary function, being
聖杯
human.
戦争が
You
進め
see,
ば進むほ
Ilia's
ど
field
壊
is
れていくように
designed
作られ
to
ているの
break
よ。
down as the Holy Grail War progresses. Rin's words are ominous and even a bit obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about.
あ、いいのよ。今のはわからないように言ったんだから。イリアのことは置いておきましょう。
Oh, it's fine.
それ
I
よ
said
り
it so
ラン
you
さんのこ
wouldn't
とだけどね。
understand.
あいつのマス
Let's
ター
put
誰
the
だかわか
topic
った
of
んだけ
Ilia
ど。
aside for now. I want to talk about Lancer. I found out who his master is.
ランサーの
What?
マスター
You've
が判
learned
明
who
したのですか？
Lancer's master is?
おう、まあ。
Yeah, well,
分かったっていうか、
I guess I found out,
前
or
から分
maybe
かっ
it's
てたっていうか。
more I knew all along. Oh yeah, Genshin's been getting more friendly with its polls and stuff too. I may get back into it, I'm just not sure when that might be.
実はね、
Lancer's master was an outside mage, dispatched by the Mages Association. I already knew that, and I finally found their secret base earlier, but
そのような危険なことは
Rin,
避け
you
るべ
should
き
have
です。
avoided engaging in such dangerous activities alone.
私に言ってくれればいい。
If you found their base, you should have told me.
私だってそのつもりだったわよ。けどさ、外から様子を探ってたらどうもおかしいのよ。で、留守っぽいなって中に入ってみたら、あったのは血の跡とレイジュが亡くなった左腕だった。
I was going to, but everything about it was weird. I figured there was nobody inside, so I went in. I found bloodstains and a severed left arm with no command spells. Side boob?
それ以外は何もなかった。
I don't want Ilia's side boob.
体ごとレイジュを奪われ、しかもあの
I'm not
出
even
血
sure
量じゃ
Ilia
正当な
has
絶
side
対的でしょうね。
boob, okay?
ランサーのマスターはとっく
There
にや
was
られてた
nothing
の。
else. The command spells were physically taken, and based on how much blood there was, I don't think anyone could have survived. Lancer's master is long dead.
では、
Huh? Does that mean Lancer is gone as well?
10日前
Perhaps he
シロを
was
襲った後に
defeated by another
他のサーバ
servant
ントに
after
倒され
Shiro
たと。
was attacked 10 days ago.
だったらいいんだけどね。
I can only hope so, but the bloodstains seemed older.
どういう
Do
こ
you
とかわかる？
understand what that means?
サーバントを倒さず、先
That
に
the
マスター
master,
を倒した
not the servant, was defeated.
そうしてマスター
And
からレイジ
whoever
を
it
奪い、
was who took
ランサーと
the
契約した
master's
マスターがい
command
る
spells
という
has
ことで
formed
す
a
か。
new contract with Lancer.
ですが、
However,
残っているマスターは私とシロだけでしょ。けど、
Hiro and
ラン
I
サー
are
は
the
まだ残
only
っている。
masters left, and yet Lancer is still around,
ってことは、
which
マスター
means
じ
a
ゃない魔
mage
術
who
師
is
が
not a
レイジを奪っ
master
てマスターになっているっ
became
てこ
one
とだ
after
けど、
stealing command
そうい
spells.
えば、そういうのって
But
で
do you
きるも
think
のな
that's
の？
even possible, Saber? Oh, that's what made it so funny. Okay. Yeah, I can see how that would be absolutely hilarious. You're right, Dawson.
いいえ、レイジの移植はマスターかサーバント、そのどちらかによるものだけです。いかに優れた
Now
魔術
we're
師
back
と
to
いえ
the
ば、
voice
レイジ
lines.
を奪ったところ
What
で
the
マスターには
hell?
なれません。
I'm not sure where the voice actors went for like the last like 15 minutes, I think, but
そう。じゃあもう一つ。マスターっていうのはさ、聖杯が消えてなくなっても、レイジュが残っていて、かつサーバントさえ残っていれば、いつまでもマスターなの？え、そうですね。リンの言う通りです。レイジュとサーバントさえ残っていれば、聖杯戦争が終わったとしても、その魔術師はマスターとしての権利を。
Saber falls silent as she realizes what Rin is really asking.
では、リンはランサーのマスターを殺し、ランサーと再契約したのはその…ええ、それ以外ないと思う。そう思うとランサーの行動にも納得がいくのよ。 あいつさ、他のサーバント
They
の
went to get some MC nuggets. Oh, that's terrible, Dawson.
あいつは自分の正体を隠すでもなく
However accurate it may
他のサーバン
be.
トにちょっかい出してた。それってつまりあいつは諜報専門だったってことでしょ。同感です。私と戦った時も彼は最後まで戦わなかった。宝具を使った以上、見せた相手は倒すのが私たちの定石だというのに。そうだからランサーのマスターにはもう一人サーバントがいたのよ。ランサーに敵の正体を探らせておいて、その後に正体不明の戦闘性用のサーバントをぶつける。これって必勝法でしょ。まあランサーにしてみればいい迷惑だったろうけど、6人のサーバント全員と戦ってその手口を調べ上げた上で主の元に帰るんだもの。
Oh yeah, we're getting some more Fate Strange Fake soon? Awesome! I haven't been keeping up on the release dates of that. I probably should.
6人すべてと引き分けなんてある意味とんでもないやつよね、あいつ。
Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought. As if following Rin, Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer solely for espionage. And just as the master seems to have expected, the only remaining servants are Lancer and Saber. If they face such a powerful enemy, then letting Shiro out on his own is dangerous even during the day. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies to defeat. Oh, there might be doing some more Prisma Ilia as well. Wow. If Shiro is the only one left to defeat, the enemy might follow their earlier strategy.
リン、シローはどこに行ったのか知りませんか？
Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Hiro cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger.
どうだろう。知らないから聞いたんだけど、もしかしたら綺麗なとこかな。あいつ、この間も綺麗なんかに相談しに行ったんだし。
I did not die! I did not! I came very, very close. Ilya's your fave person in Fate? That's awesome, Dawson. I do really like Ilya, but she's not my fave. That is 100% Medusa.
あの教会に？ん？何をせえば怖い顔して。琴峰教会に含むところでもあるの？いえ、そういうわけではないのですが。
The church is nothing holy. Stagnant death and stagnant air lingers in that place on par with Ryudu Temple. The moment she thinks Shiro might be in a place like that alone, an image of somewhere other than the Emiya house flashes through her mind. She stares into the distance, toward Kotomine's church on top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Yes, King Ultima, of course I would love Medusa. And I'm sorry, she was a victim more than she was a monster. As far as I'm concerned, she was more victim than monster. I agree, Dawson. CL is like prime. That is prime waifu right there. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out into the yard and jumps onto the wall.
ちょっとセーバー、いきなり何よ。教会に向かいます。後のことは任せました。リー。
Without looking back at Rin, Saber jumps off the wall. She moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would look like nothing more than a gust of wind. Yeah, exactly, Dawson. CL is prime waifu. I mean, she's not as prime waifu as Medusa, but that's just my opinion. A streak of silver and blue. The instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy's territory, Saber armors herself. And arms herself without a second thought. She decided to put on her armor once inside the church. But she couldn't help herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her, and she is armed and armored without even truly thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she'd been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why this is happening, she isn't sure. What she does know is that Shiro Emiya is on the verge of death. There is no time to waste. Yes, I agree. Aoko is also... We cannot forget about Aoko. He is gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her whole body. And that is less than 1,000th of the pain Shiro feels. He's not going to make it. Even if she moves with godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may arrive just in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines that scene, she feels all sense and reason flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, then she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to control her anger as she glares at the church. The tightly shut church doors offer no obstacle to her, simply blowing wide open with the force of her approach. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through the chapel, passing through the courtyard and rushing down the stairs leading to the basement. Behind her, the church is left in ruins. Saber is not usually so violent. For all she knows, she opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control is she that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. When she finally sees what horrors the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself and at the enemy responsible for this. Tsukuhime does need another game. Well, a full-on game. He doesn't even hear Lancer's voice as she bars his path. All hope of control and restraint are gone. However much might she might try, she can no longer control her strength. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness, in the back room. He is laying there, face down, at the center of the room, peopled by living corpses. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing echo all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she left him alone. Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fearlessly. Brave Shine is an awesome song. I will definitely agree with you. Saber doesn't hear him. She does not stop. His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer manages to block Saber's surprise attack with his spear, but he can do nothing about the sheer strength behind it and retreats back into the nearby wall. There's nothing in Saber's way now. She doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master is on the verge of death, and she has to save him.
そんなに坊主が大事か？そりゃ構わねえが、ならなおのこと俺を放っておくわけにはいかないぜ、セイバー。
I did hear Honkai Star Rail was having a UBW collab. I did hear about that. Saber stops as she heads to the back.
それはどういう意味ですか、ランサー。
いや、何な。そいつの胸を串刺しにしたのは俺なんだが、実はこれは2度目でね。以前は確かに殺したってのに生きてやがったもんだからな。今回は念を入れて刺してやったわけだ。
貴様、シローにゲイボルクを使ったのか。
Yes, Saber. Yes, my Saber. He used gay ball god me. Make the bad man pay.
安心しろ。心臓は外してやった。だが呪いはそのままだぞ。セイバー、貴様とてこの槍の呪いは知っていよう。因果を逆転させる原因の槍。こいつの呪いを受けた者は、よっぽどの幸運がない限り。
They're putting Archer and maybe even Rin into Honkai Star Rail? Wow. I mean, I didn't know who was in the collab. I just knew they were doing a collab.
癒されることはない。呪いを受けた者は決して回復できず、死に至るまで傷を背負うことになる。この世に、この槍がある限りな。
At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes.
ようやく理解できたか。そこの坊主を助けたいんだろう。ならまず、俺との決着をつけなくちゃな。
Lancer's bestial bloodlust drives him forward into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious, but
正気ですか、ランサー。この狭い室内で。
Oh, you hear Archer's voice in the trailer. Wow.
そのような愚行、あなたの考えとは思えない。
Do you know who else from FGO they're putting in?
今ならば見逃します。その槍を置いて去りなさい。
I guess it's Unlimited Blade Works is the collab, so it's just Archer or any other servants getting added with the collab?
このような不本意な戦いであなたの首を取る気はない。
それこそ愚行じゃねえのか。一体どこの英霊が自分の相棒を置いてくってんだよ。俺は何も取引をするためにそいつを刺したわけじゃない。俺はな、お前と殺し合いをするためにここにいる。
Oh, it's Archer and either Ilya or Rin, huh? He's not lying. Lancer has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, one any servant should always have granted, has been denied to him. So, he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance. Ilya, huh? Probably Ilya? Even if the situation appears to be unfavorable.
いいでしょう。ならばその槍を見事叩き切って捨てるだけだ。
Saber readies her invisible air and faces the Blue Knight.
よく言った。白状するとな。貴様が最後に残ってくれて嬉しいぜ、セイバ
ー! More unlimited blade tacos. Oh, the tacos. The unlimited blade tacos! Lancer's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins with a desperate blow from both sides. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Ah! The sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever's so hot, it'd burn anyone who touched me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing right out of my skull. Stop, stop, stop. It's like everything has melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help, help, help. My mind's burned out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there's nothing left in me. The twisted feeling of nausea only grows stronger from my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of it all, I still cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Go back, go back, go back. But the voices don't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned everything else out. I know who the voices belong to. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going mad. With each echo, the stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. I just have no answer, no way to respond, no way to make it right. Wait, wait, wait. They bang and plead and cry, and there's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if this doesn't stop. Return, return, return. They repeat it again and again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. All I can do is punish the architect of this hell. And I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refuse to believe it, but now I'm going to be confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracles to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words, saying that a champion of justice can only go so far. Oh, some say Ilia's servant is coming with her. Okay. Oh, and you did 100 pull? Oh, I'm glad you got the one you wanted with your multi-pull there, your 100 pull. That's awesome. I'm glad you got it. But if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I?
来たか。そら、目を覚ませエミヤシロ。お前のサーバントがやってきたぞ。
I hear a voice. It's right behind me. But I can't make out what it's saying. My vision is blurred. I can't make out what's in front of me either. There's only a voice crying out for help. There's only a room choked with the bodies of those who have died.
よくやっているが、やはりセーバーにはかなわぬか。どちらにせよ、あと一人分のサーバントは必要なのだ。それがセーバーであろうとランサーであろうと構わないのだが、その前に選定をしなくてはなるまい。
I can't bear to hear those words. But his voice echoes in my mind.
さて、出番だ。もう少し前に行こうか、エミヤシロ。
Something pulls my head upward. He grabs me by the back of my head and drags me forward. I can feel who it is now. The man has been consumed by darkness. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him, and it has tethered itself to him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know this man, Kire Kotomine, he's like me. He suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in the world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kire Kotomine preserves his body with this darkness.
そこまでだ、セイバー。斧が主を救いたいのならば、その剣を収めるがいい。
What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head.
ランサーも引け。もともと私たちは聖杯を求める同志ではないか。そうむやみに殺し合いなどするものではないぞ。セイバーがこの男を引き取りに来ただけ
It
と
took
いう
10 out of
な
it took 10 pulls.
引き渡そう。
Well, at least you finally got her, right? Now you can start saving for the next 100? Fair. He laughs ominously.
それを信じろというのですか。ランサーのマスターを殺し、今また私のマスターをその手にかけようとする貴様の言葉を信じろと。
Who is that? I can't tell. But like the sound of a tanging tuning bell, the voice helps focus my mind.
信じたまえ。私はお前たちと争う気はない。季節してこのような形になってしまったら、お前たちが聖杯を取ろうというのなら邪魔はしない。もとより私の役割は聖杯の持ち主を見極める。
I think we're gonna wrap it up here soon, guys. This section of it is a little longer than I thought it was gonna be. I don't know how long the next stream will end up being. But I think we'll definitely do one more stream, and we'll go right to the end.
十分すぎるほど資格がある。故に望むのならば、今ここで聖杯を与えてやってもよいのだが。
ここに聖杯があるというのか、貴様は。
あるとも。聖杯はどこにでもある。聖杯とはもとより形のない器だ。いつどこで何に呼び出すかによって完成度が変わるのだが、呼び出すだけならこの土地にも資格はある。 トが残り一人にならなければ聖杯は未完成だが、その出来でも大抵の願いは叶えられるだろう。それで満足がいかぬのならば、その時こそ最後の殺し合いを始めればよい。いや、私としては気乗りがしないが、お前たちが望むのならば付き合おう。決着をつけるのはその時でいいのではないかな、ランサ
ー。よくはね、そんな回りくどいことをする必要はない。白黒つけるなら今すぐできるだろう。
この状況でか。室内ではお前には不利だろうし、セイバーとて主が気になって戦えまい。これではお前にとって満足のいく戦いとは言えない。
Someone spits. The other man must have given in.
いいさ。なら一つ聞かせろ。聖杯ってのは何だ？あれは残り一人にならなければ現れないものじゃなかったのか。俺たちを呼んだ連中は初めからペテンにかけてたってことか。
いや、事実ではある。聖杯はサーバントが残り一人にならなければ現れない。だが聖杯を下ろす器は別だ。あれは初めから形あるものとして用意され、聖杯召喚の時まで力を流し込まれていく。残るサーバントがあと2人だけという状況ならば、すでに聖杯としての力を持ち始めていよう。そうであろう、セイバー。お前とて前回最後まで残ったサーバントだ。アインツベルンの用意した聖杯がどんなものか、うすうす分かっているのではないか。そう、聖杯は常にここにあり、生贄の血で満つる時を待つ。だがそれは虚しいとは思わないか。何も残り一人になるまで付き合うことはない。お前たちの望みを叶えるだけならば、今のならばここで意味のない摂取をすることもあるまい。
そうですね。確かに貴様の言い分は正しい。だが、だとしたら貴様は何者だ。貴様の目的は。
私は選定役だと言っただろう。ふさわしい人間がいるのならば喜んで聖杯は譲る。
Will I live stream Witch on a Holy Night after this? I'm not sure. Is Witch on a Holy Night on Steam? If it is, I may very well do that. Because I haven't read through that one personally either, so that is a distinct possibility that may very well happen, Dawson.
そのためにまずはお前の言葉を聞きたいのだ、エミヤシロ。
I'm moving. Someone grabs my head and jerks me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain.
貴様。
Yeah, see, there's the problem. It's on Nintendo Switch and PS4. That would make it kind of difficult for me to stream it.
案ずるな。ただ返事を聞くだけだ。
Since I neither have a Nintendo Switch or a PS4.
聖杯は求めるものにのみ応える。己のマスターが聖杯にふさわしいかどうか、お前とて興味はあろう。
それは無駄だ。シローは聖杯を欲しがらない。私のマスターはお前のようなゲスではない。
ああ、この男は初めからそう言っていた。だがそれは本心ではあるまい。あらゆる人間に闇があるよう、この男にも影はある。例えばそう、10年前のあの日、 この少年は本当に何も恨まなかったのか。その先にあったものを忘れることで振り払っているのではないか。
No, wait. The hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has got nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing here.
その傷を切開する。さあ、懺悔の時だ。エミヤシロ。
My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. There's nothing here. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died. All of them. I was the only one left, lost amidst the flames. Flashing corpses beneath smoldering rubble, crying out from every direction. I alone continued on. I needed help. I needed someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking down. The entire time. There were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone still moving. Stop. I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned my back on the sounds of all those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on all those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gaze of those too weak to ask for help. I kept pushing forward, alone, desperate for someone to save me. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did. So I kept pushing on. That's why I never stopped. I never thought I had to live, even for just another second. If people died without being able to do anything, so long as I could make it, I thought I had to live. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I sought escape. And each step was harder than the last as I ignored every plea for help. It would have been easier. It would have been easier to go on if I asked for forgiveness. So I never did. Maybe it was only way I could own up to the truth that I was actually helpless to do anything. Just as I wished, I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. So many died, they had to hold a mass funeral. I bore witness to so much grief, to so many different sentiments for the dead. I thought, just end it already. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help, and none of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No. I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. No more. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's steps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away when I ignored those cries for help. I kept moving forward, void of all reason. And so, those I could not save passed on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all of that? All I thought was about going forward on behalf of the dead. It took all the memories I had before that and locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors, being with my parents, I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again. As if I were already dead. I was no longer in pain. Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, and I was finally happy. And that's why
それを間違いだと思ったことが一度もなかったというのかね。
I'm telling you, don't open it. Alright guys, well Nintendo Switch is great for visual novels. Like I said, I may have to look into a Nintendo Switch, but I do need to check all my finances and things first. But yeah, we're gonna call this stream here. I hope you all enjoyed the story thus far. I know I sure am. Even when chat gets me killed multiple times. We will pick up with the story in our next stream. Just to let everybody know, our next episode of Fate Samurai Remnant will be coming out on Friday, so be watching for that. Alright guys, well we will see you in the next one. Bye from ya. Have a great day, Dawson. Bye-bye, everyone.